Hello? I don't hate you. I don't hate you. I fixed it almost immediately as soon as, as soon as I went offline. Sorry. Okay, let's get the rest of this set up. I'm a genius. Probably, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Hey Tiggs, how's it going? Yeah, we can get YouTube and kick up now. I don't hate you, I swear. I'm a very loving person. The stream is stuttering. I don't think I have any control over that. I'm sorry to hear that. We'll see when I switch over. I don't know. It could be. Or it could be everyone. I can't see it. Hello! I'm here. Am I stuttering? I don't know how to fix it if I am. Ooh. That's not the right way out. Right. What are we doing here? We need to make an instance. I'll try and do it a little bit better than yesterday. Man, like, I haven't seen this place in 25 years. I did not remember much of it. It was kind of fun, though. We'll see how fun it is when I'm done farming it. I was so shocked that we did all the D4 stuff yesterday. I really, really didn't expect to, like, without any plain sky gear or anything like that. Buttery smooth as well, not even close, especially not on Kazakh. He's ejecting me all over the map. Right, buffs. This one was very easy. I don't think we need anything from this boss. I made a list. We could just ignore it. I mean, I guess we can get the Verdant Sarah from here to make the monk backstraps. They are better than what we're using right now. They're not really like ideal, but they're better than what we're using. So I guess we kill it anyway. I guess like if we kill everything too fast, we're gonna get instance locked anyway. So there's no need to rush. Need over channel. Pume ourselves up. Love a bit of pume. feel like the worst thing that could happen here is for me to earthquake. Earthquake the Keymaster by accident. That'd be pretty bad. Oh, we're actually almost at cannibalization. Pretty huge. So we don't need that. Oh. Oh. Now we got a belt of concordance. So we can always sell this. Always sell this. Island 2. Really is no rush with that kind of thing because I think we're going to get instance locked. Since we can only have an instance every hour, right? Now, where is the safe spot on this island? I did learn that these can't see invisibility. So we should probably have invisibility memmed. Like, all the time. We also do not have Bramblecate up. I don't think we have to deal with necromancers here because we're not dealing with high difficulty mobs for the first time in a very long time. This seems safe. Northwest. Seems like a safe corner, maybe. Maybe that's just the way they're pathing right now. I don't really fancy pulling like 8 of them. We already did that. We already tried that. Even on T0, it's a little bit much. Can't remember where it spawns over there somewhere, right? I think we can see it from here. I can't remember though. Worst case scenario, we're just killing these for runes. Should probably recheck what exactly it is that we need for each of the things here. Hello! You good, assay? Oh, we got 2. How are you? How are you, kick a hay? I take it that's hi, I'm here, and not the stream isn't working. At least OBS is telling me the stream's working. Okay, excellent, excellent. Sometimes I put Kick and YouTube up and like they don't actually play. Excellent, excellent. Hi, Cern, how are you? Two is fine. 7 is not. Yeah, it's awkward. I have to like double check it myself. It's 3. Ah, there he is. That's our boy. Existing is pretty good. It surely beats not existing. Hello, Chili. You're not being helpful, my love. You're not really helping me fight the Protector of the Sky at all, are you? No. No. Out of here. Hi, Confection, how are you? How's EverQuest? Yeah, EverQuest has been fun. It has been a blast. We've got through most of the content now. This is Necromancer stuff. Yes, we will store that. I don't think we've had one of those yet. All that action right now. Oh, there we go. We no longer need these. We definitely do need these. So yeah, it seems that we can invis through these. Put on hold. Okay. Excellent. I love that. I love that for me. What made you decide to play it all of a sudden? Because they released a new server for it called EverQuest Legends, which is what I'm playing right now. Which is like a very, very different spin on things. I couldn't pacify this yesterday. Yeah, I couldn't pacify this. I think we just kill this. I don't think we even bother killing the heart harpy. Just kill this. Where are you, pet? Having trouble getting into the room. Get on here. What's happening here? We're gonna get stone breathed an awful lot. That is harpy feet. It sure is, Confection. Right on the money, my friend. As per usual. Try to slow the ad. And try to incap the ad if we ever get out of this stone breath stun. Not worked, but we have to heal now. Lay on hands as soon as we're out of this. If we get out of it, nope. Pretty horrible. Bit of bad luck there on the on the debuffs, but it does happen. A really rough one for us because we can't do anything about the ad. We don't have any tools to really mess with the ad. We could try and root it, but I probably will not land. And all it takes is one fail, and then we can't do anything to it. We can't pacify it. It is unaffected by pacify. don't think we have any other tools that we can really use. Root. Yeah, I don't think that's going to land. Yeah, our other option is just to kill the heart harpy. Maybe we should do that first. I don't know. Need more magic res for this, really. The stuns are so brutal. Our gear is still quite bad. Ooh. Hold on a second. I didn't make my pet. Oh, this guy wanders in here. I didn't even know that. Like a crystalline cloud. I'll have to deal with that during the fight too. Unless we can kill it first. The hell is that thing going? Holy moly. Just literally flown away. He's had enough. We can kill it out here, I think. Doesn't look like anything wanders here. I don't know if we need to pacify these eyes. We'll find out shortly, I guess. I definitely need to just be in defensive for the Gorgolosk. Should be fine if I'm in defensive, I think. Hopefully this is a single. I think it should go down very easily. I don't think they deal any magic damage to the harpies. You should just be able to poke them down in defensive. Beating EQ. I actually beat a lot of EQ yesterday, but like did all of the highest difficulty stuff yesterday. I'm just trying to learn how to farm, playing a Sky. Be the final boss. Yeah, I guess so. We killed Kazakh Fuel on the highest difficulty. We killed Eye of Vishan. Probably the two hardest things in the game, right? The mastery defense. Oh. Can't forget our Puma. Resistance slow. The hell is the heart harpy going? Hey, welcome back. The heart harpy was pretty mad. She just ran off. Our pet's gonna die because like we haven't got any aggro down on anything. That really sucks. The heart harpy patting like that really sucks. It's because our pet wasn't on greater hold. I forgot to turn it back on. Well, this makes it a little bit little bit more difficult. We still have not successfully landed a slow. Okay, we've got an in cap on Heart Harpy. Okay, Heart Harpy's slowed. We need to lay on hands immediately after this. If we ever get out of this eternal stun. Still no slow on Googleosk. Holy moly. Holy moly. Look at that. Still have soul fire. We can use it in a second. Damn, she really, really doesn't want to be slowed. Brutal. Damn. Maybe she's immune. No, I swear we landed it on her before. Must just be incredibly, incredibly hard to land. Oh, there we go. We got it. We landed the slow, like attempt 12. We probably need to re-slow the other one at this point. Okay, we got in cap on her as well. We do almost need to re-slow the Heart Harpy. Okay, there we go. Now we can get recovery. To re-Puma ourselves. Re-slugs ourselves. Hi Mythic Foot, how are you? We have lay on hands again. You be the wolf boss last night. Congrats, man. Lay on hands in a second. Don't want to get stun comboed. Oh no! What is that? How? The Heart Harpy just went wild, man. Where's it even gone? Thanks, Heart Harpy. That's awesome. Oh my god, what is happening here? Where are we? What on earth? We're just stunned into God knows what. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Fuck's sake. Chili, can you... Chili, can you... Oh my god, Chili, come on. What, Simon? Great. That's super. That's just all super. Oh, wrong island. Get off, Chili. Come on. Oh, we need to invis over, don't we? Fuck. Yeah, this one's actually really hard. This might be the hardest of all the bosses for me, just because, like, it's super hard to deal with the ad. I guess we need to be, like... I guess we can't be in the corner like that, because otherwise... it does bad things. This is the plainest guy, yeah. This was good timing with our quick buff. Right, we'll actually create a hold on our pet. Should I pull these two where the Heart Harpy isn't gonna freak out like that? Can I just fight them in the middle of the room, maybe? Maybe I just shouldn't be so tucked into the corner. So much easier if this is pacifiable. Our pacify just isn't high enough level. Right, over channel. And we need to humor ourselves. Pet is on greater hold. We hope we can land. Land it first time. Where the fuck are you going, Heart Harpy? My brother. Any second now. Yeah, I guess we tank them like the middle of the room. Yeah, we got in cap and slow on Gorgolosk. Slow on the Heart Harpy. And in cap on the Heart Harpy. Not a huge fan of that. Plus. Slugs ourselves. Now the harpy's making you feel something. It's recovery. Hugging the wall is apparently not it. The heart harpy doesn't care for it. We get like stunned into the wall and the heart harpy goes crazy. Starts thinking we're on the outside or something. That's running around, flying around to try and find us. We should probably start trying to re-slow this because we know it's a very, very tricky re-slow. Harpy's bold. This one has Medusa hair. We got the re-slow there. Try to stick an Odium, but I don't think that's gonna fly. Aerodynamic indeed. I like these harpies. I think they're pretty monstrous. They're spooky. I kind of hate pretty harpies. They're always meant to be like feral monsters. Repima. The other one is going to unslow, but isn't going to. Shouldn't matter. I think we should have it dead by then. Griffin's beak. It's the pure. This we can auto sell. Right, we don't need the heart harpy. The heart harpy is probably going to summon us about 1,000,000 times. Okay, this island we need to kill the Keeper of Souls, I think what it's called, which is a big Pegasus. Is this over here? I think if we just pull it down to here, that seems relatively safe. These will communal aggro though if I pull them nearby. Found that out last time. The griffins are annoying as well. They split after you kill them. We need to wait for that Pegasus to move. I don't think pacifying is going to help there. They're like pretty much on top of each other. Come on, you little asshole, move on. Ooh. Okay, safe here? I think so. Scum. Move along, Griffin. Move along, sir. Anytime, sir. Anytime. Anytime, sir. Okay. We got movement. They're on some kind of rotation. I hate this. Okay, so we have a very short window to pull. Can't get a slow here, can I? Not a slow, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so we have... I just realised, of course, that, like, we don't actually have extended range on our pacify because our pacify is too high level. Oh, holy moly. That's a juicy hit. The essence uppers are pretty easy. I suppose this isn't anywhere near as magic resistant as the Gorgolosk. That did split into 2 harvesters. Which has not really helped us a great deal. We gotta do what we gotta do here. So if we have to pick, it's actually probably better to get a soul carrier. The Repuma. We could do the old lull trick. That might be it. We pull, lull, feign, and then re-pull again. Hope to re-pull again before the lull wears off. We definitely try that. Yeah, the Pegasi are definitely not it. We definitely don't want to be farming these. Don't be touching these things. God. It's a bit of a mess. We will persist. It's a lot easier when we accidentally pulled the Griffin with it. The Griffin was actually pretty chill. Killed it twice. This is possibly not a safe spot. I don't know. Might not be as safe as I thought as well. We'll find. We'll work it out. Probably going to be doing this a few times. Soul Harvest is the weakest kill next. Don't know how I thought I'd get away with that. With an inversion. Slow. No. Maybe should have just burnt down the boss. Might have been quicker. Maybe that's the play. If we get an ad, we just ignore it. Slow it or whatever. Kill the boss. We are unable to split it. It's fine. We need the runes anyway. So far here. I guess we're committed to killing the ads at this point. Not gonna land that with that overmastery, are we? Over channel. Really don't want to aggro that soul carrier as well. Well, I don't want to get too close to the edge. These guys don't seem to have much melee knockback, but I don't want to chance it. It's a long way down. That is certainly how not to pull this. Yeah, easy wind runes. They sure are, penguins. Sure are, mate. Need to rehaste. It's incredible that we survived that, honestly. Keep our Poom up. We need to make a hotkey for evasive, really. Might need to pull off the band-aid with that. I've had my UI set up for so long. It's going to be a real pain to swap that around because I'm going to stumble all over it. But I think we need to shift it along one. We really need evasive hotkeyed now. Defense. Mage Hunter evasive. Inversion. Right. And then this can be this. I think that's fine. I don't think we need any other senses hotkeyed. We do definitely need that. Avian Q, we don't need that anymore. Load of abrogation, we already have one. I don't think we have this cloak yet. Pretty sure we have that. We don't have that yet. Don't think we have that yet. Oh shit, I'm not meant to be storing that, am I? I'm meant to be storing that, not putting it in my inventory. Maybe we don't have that, I don't know. Who knows? So having tested yesterday, Invis works basically everywhere up here, it seems. It seems pretty much nothing sees Invis. We need to use that way more. Oh, we can get cannibalization. And we need a hotkey for that. What are we putting this on? I would like to have Shift C and Control C somewhere. Run to the edge a second so we don't get any Spyrox. Right, I think we just have to kill things here. I thought it might be the vanquishers that we had to kill, but I think we just kill things. Just try to get singles. Hot singles in our area. These things blind. I'm not 100% sure I'm facing the mob right now. I don't think I am. But I can't move until I can see. Oh yeah, all of our things are moved along one. It's going to take me a while to get used to that. It might actually be easier to have that on T. It's a bit of a stretch for me. Speaking of debuffs, I'm surprised that Spellbind worked on the Shadow Lord. Interesting. Most bosses are not immune to most things. It's just like low hit chances. Some are even quite vulnerable to certain things, right? In Wizardry. So if we fight these in evasive stance, I guess they can't hit us, which means that they can't proc the blind. That's really useful. The Guardian? Yeah, cool. So we kill the Guardian and then the Lord. Oh man, it's gonna be so hard to get used to that. I wonder if we should just use evasive over... Like, evasive seems just a lot better than defensive. I wonder if we should just go back to that. The times that I would use defensive are actually really small. Just so used to those keys at this point with so many hours played on it. Oh, that's not the right stance. We have quite a bit of endurance regen. Hello, Jakero. How are you? Then we can invis up, I think. Right, they're trying to dodge these things. Yeah, evasive seems pretty crazy. I'm playing around with this. Oh, it's going great. Thanks, Jakero. Yeah, we did all of the hardest content yesterday. Well, kinda. All of the hardest raid content yesterday. So we're just farming up some things today. I think I definitely haven't registered how savagely good evasive is. Evasive is mitigating so much more damage than defensive. And our endurance doesn't seem to be taking much of a beating from it. Need to rehaste as well. You're grinding out Abyss 3 yesterday until you hit a wall. What was the wall that you hit? It's about to drop off. I don't even know we need. Do we need the Spyrock Lord for anything? Didn't even think about that. Shaman belt. Don't need that. I don't think we need another wing blade. Just for the epic, isn't it? The warrior epic, yeah. We can get rid of those. This is the island. This is B Island. So I think we're always going to have to deal with the extra ad here unless we do a feign death trick. Which we might be able to do. I'm going to pacify the little bee. And then feign. It was a bit too slow. You're level 30 in Final Fantasy 13. 14. Congrats. Ah, damn. I guess that doesn't work. Oh well. It's fine. Just suck it up. I'm sure there is a way of doing that. I'll try again the next time we run through. lay on hands in a second. Oh, okay, that was. That was not the right B. How did I manage to do that? It's okay, we'll add in some water. How did I manage to kill the wrong bee? What the hell? Oh boy. Genius at play. Okay. Fit check, yeah, indeed. How you doing, Wobblebee? Enter instance. That does kind of solve that island, but like that is not really the way that I would like to do that. I'm just gonna check the fruity a second. Wait, that's not the right island. Which one's fruity? This one, top one. So Woo's Fist is a Brass Knuckles, Nebula Sapphire, and Wind Rune Nazer. Tranquility is Tear of Quellis, Wind Rune Lena. This is Silken Strands and a Wind Rune Kaza. I take it we do not have a Wind Rune Kaza. No. Wind Rune Kaza. And then the paladin guy's on the other side. Sacrifice is the Aldrin, right? Yeah. Bixie Swordblade and a Windrune Oza. Windrune Oza. Test of Love is the other sword, right? Belvorn. Sphinx Claw. Golden Hilt. Windrune Vaza. A Golden Hilt? Where does that even come from? Fuck knows. And then Test of Faith. No, that's not it. Spirit? Is that it? Ah, okay, that's for the Torrid Corruptor, right? Hi, player. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you to follow. Test of Faith. Where do we see the Test of Faith? Faith? We don't really need this, I guess, so whatever. Cool. Let's get out of here. Sky. I absolutely hate playing a Sky. I absolutely hate playing a Sky. I've always hated playing a Sky. I hate being here. Just want to get my drops, get the hell out. Never look at it ever again. Yeah, like it's tricky with this trio because we don't have a long range pacify. Because our pacify is too high level. But I just really don't like Sky. I think it's one of the worst zones in the game. If I had to pick 2 zones to never see again in EverQuest, it would be this one and Kedge Keep. Oh. Oh. That's just the Azarex hitting us from way away. You use Pacify on your Paladin. Yeah, I use Pacify too, but because like because the extended range only goes up so far, right? Like you can't get the extended pacifies on a lot of this stuff. Our pacify is what, like level 49. So I'm just trying out different ways of dealing with the bees. I can tank them. It's not very fun, but I can just tank the extra bee. I've tried like pulling it and pacifying it and then letting it reset, but the pacify seems to come off. Might be that I'm just not being quick enough. Pacify the 2 minis and pull the middle. I can't seem to do that. I can't seem to get it. Oh, I didn't even resummon my pet. I should be ashamed of myself. It's my range on pacify. 222. Yeah, I can't seem to get it. I don't know why. I'll keep trying. It's good to know that I can, though. It's good to know that it is possible. I tried like just pulling them and then pacifying and then letting them reset and then pulling again, but it seems to take the pacify off, or maybe I'm just not being quick enough. Which I used to do a lot way back when, to split things. Pull them, have someone pacify them, and then let them reset and then pull them again. I love face stacking stuff though. That's why I don't want to play with an enchanter. I find it really fun. Just not in Sky. I don't want anything to do with Sky. I hate this place. I already did all of the D4 stuff yesterday. I was kind of surprised. I didn't think we could do it without Sky gear, but it was... yeah, it's pretty sweet. Put this down here. That's gonna be better. Yeah, I've never, I didn't play the beta or anything like that, so I figured it was going to be a bit harder, but it was all right. Yeah, it was fine. Now we're on a quest to replace our golden earring. Really, anything. This is very easy without the ad, isn't it? I guess we can dot. Doubt poison will stick. Oh no. Yeah, I purposely didn't come to Sky earlier for that reason. Like the gear is so stupid. It's so stupid and polarizing here. I wanted to do all the stuff in the game without having this. without having Aldrin and Wheeze. Like, Aldrin plus 10 goes up to like 40-26. Like, what the hell? So far out of era, it's stupid. It was really fun doing the raids on D4. I actually had to. It was pretty rough in places. Kazakh was particularly tough. Getting blasted all over the zone. Don't think we really need that. I think that's alright. Whoops. We went in overmastery. Kazakh, yeah. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Attacking him against the wall in the temple. I didn't really think about that. I didn't think I could walk up and past him. Oh, I didn't. I guess my slow didn't land. Whoops. That is not my slow on there. That is drowsy. Yeah, that's better. Ah, yeah, it is pretty poison resistant. Assisted half of our envenom bolts. Come on. I was surprised my pet isn't dying or something. That is not it. That is not what we're looking for. I guess we'll take this. I don't think we've got one of these yet. And these we don't need any. Now, I have had those bees chase me across islands before. So I'm just curious as to whether they're going to do it again. I was very surprised when I went to this island and the bees chased me across. Nah, we're good, we're good. We're all good. This one seems to be the easiest. Sister of the Spire seems to die very, 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 very quickly. Should get our mana back first. Have you come away from the door? I don't know why Sister of the Spire is so easy. After the bees as well. Probably too offensive on her, to be honest. This doesn't really do anything. And on up here. I think we have this already. Necklace. Or maybe we don't. I'm not actually sure. I think we have like a separate storage that my storage stuff is going to, but I don't know how to open that. So, I don't know. I'm pretty sure we got multiples of a lot of these things. Who knows? Hey, not like modern EQ UI. Never even once. You don't even really need to invis here. Yeah, not bad. Thanks, not luck. Go to a bank. Okay. I didn't know if there was like a window you can open for it. This is my final form. Yes? Unsure. We don't try to slay this. It's a complete waste of our time. We don't try to do anything to this. There's nothing we can do to it. Alabaster Wolf then the best place to farm, or is it farm collab? If you want to unlock the relics, then you should definitely farm the collab. Otherwise, it's probably still Alabaster. Should really use our healing cooldowns, but I don't think we have enough endurance to spam it all the way down in invasive. Yeah, the relics are excellent. That's back into evasive. Mage Hunter might be better against this because of the proc. Maybe. Shimmering Pearl is not the one. I guess we take it though. Oh, I should have stored this. I'm gonna have to look at my storage in a second, try to figure out what it is that we have and what we don't. Where is it? This one, right? I guess I can view it on the chest thing here, maybe? Ah, oh. Is it in the Dragon's Hoard? Ah, aha. We've got 2 Knoll Fangs in here. Ah, yes, of course. Can I not put this in here? Oh, no, I can't. So I think we can put this in here as well. Probably this. Maybe we don't need a load of the junk in here, but I can't be bothered to sort it out right now. Okay. Let's go to Noble Dijon. This will probably get... I'll get more used to this, I'm sure. I will hate it less. Wait, shit, that's the wrong place. We need to go to Left Island. Here he is. The big boy. I'll pacify that. That is level 60. I don't know why I'm in Mage Hunter. No, that's going to work out for me. Should we rebuff the pet at some point? Chest opening there. Yeah, there are chests open. I don't think they're particularly hard though, Kuma. Pretty war spears. Ooh. I guess because we were still in combat? No? Weird? That's odd. This just didn't work. Ah. Oh no. Not like this. Don't even know where the other one is. Where's the other Azurite? There's another one that's aggroed on us apparently, but I have absolutely no idea where it is. Ugh. Get out of here, Essence Carrier. Hiding behind a hill. Creeping. Come on, jog on. It's Essence Carrier. You want to go back to wherever you spawn? Thank you. No? Right, good day then. I guess these guys just chill. A little awkward. I just need to invis through here. Kinda gotta kill this thing now, huh? Oh, we somehow got away with that. That's... Oh, no, we didn't. Never mind. I don't see how this ends well for us, but, well, it's just the way it is. Live and learn. Yeah, that's way too many things aggroed us. We had to rebuff anyway. Right, can we tank this guy inside the thing? Or is that going to pull all sorts of shit from outside? Oh my dear god, no. Of course, they're still in there from before. Okay, not this time, that's for sure. Oh my dear sweet Jesus, no. Are the Pegasi communal with him? Oh dear god. Oh Christ. Yeah, this is gonna be really awkward. Oh my... That's not great to hold. Always forget. RIP Pat. I have to grab these guys and pull them away from the windmill, or else they're going to be stuck there. What a nightmare. Is that a fun place to farm? It's a really unpleasant zone for me. I know some people like Sky. I absolutely hate it. I can't stand it. I just find it fiddly and gimmicky. Rice. Gonna make me use levitate to get up here. Jesus. How is that not landing? What the hell? Alright then. I don't know how it's not possible for me to get up there, but that's just the way it is apparently. Where can we go to where we can get height? I can't believe I can't jump up here. Oh, there we go. It's right, hopefully we can actually get him now. Were those the ones that were inside? Yeah. I don't know if we... I guess we'll try inside. If there's only one way to know. No, 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 no. Can't go too far against the wall, or they start thinking... We had that with the Gorgonak, right? They start thinking that we're outside. Nope. That's not the right spot. Place. That mid-combat invis. Where the money's at. Most of these guys deal damage through procs. If they can't hit, they can't proc. And also Mage Hunter seems to massively reduce their proc damage. The defensive might be the worst to use here, to be honest. Not so big without your 20 griffins. That was mostly on me. Right. I didn't realise that the griffins didn't reset at all. They just literally sit on you. They camp you. Rough. I think the only thing we're looking for from the Afriti chain is just the brass knuckles. If we can get the brass knuckles, then we don't need to actually do the Afriti change. This game looks old. I don't like it. Can you play something else? No, go fuck yourself. Axe. I don't think we've got one of these yet. Don't think we need these. We already got a bow. Don't think we had an axe yet. Now we go to the last island. Yeah, I forgot we had these up here. I don't know where the extra one came from. Oh, it must. I guess it must have aggroed the other bee. Where's this fine gentleman? Should be here, right? Yeah, here. I don't know if we can tank it all the way down with evasive. That'd be convenient. Looks like we probably can. I think we just can't with Noble de Journe because of the Blade Storm hitting us. I'm very biased. I still think the game looks fine, but yeah, I know to a lot of people it looks very ugly. Probably the slowest Planar Sky clear of all time. Pretty statuette. That's not for us, I think. Merge those. That is not for us. We can keep that though. Don't need this. These can go now. Pretty duck. I don't think we have one of these yet. Right. Up we go. Pack in and try and do it better next time. At least we don't have to worry about hitting the instance cap. With that kind of clear. Wait, how have they got a level 40? Oh, is this a Beast Lord pet? It must be a Beast Lord pet. Weird, because it's a Spirit Wolf. Am I using the wrong pet? No, I have the right pet. No, he's a Paladin Rogue Shaman. How is his pet so high level? The hell? Paladin Rogue Shaman. There's no other pet class there, right? Why is our pet so low level? It's interesting. Yeah, this is the highest level pet. Weird. Maybe I can message him. Do you have a level 42 pet, please? My max one is 36. I'm sure there's some really simple explanation to this. Oh. Oh. Someone's done some things here. High server load. Oh dear. Having some issues making an instance. No, that doesn't have anything to do with it. Narcos. It shouldn't be possible They have a 41 pet as well. Weird. How? Knight, Shaman, Berserker. Are they getting a higher level pet? There must be like a pet focus or something. I didn't think there was a pet focus for Shamans. Maybe 3 Shaman sets of pet focus. Yeah, I tried asking before, but they didn't answer. My pet is only 36. I've seen 40 plus pets, including yours for Shaman. Yeah, my pet to be high. This one's 42. This is 41. My poor little wolf is only 36. Our instances seem to be absolutely fucked, it turns out. Where is blocked D? Perhaps you'll be able to enter. Do not create instance due to high server load. Fuck. I guess we are not doing anything here today. Their pet's only 29, but I think they have a lower level pet spell. There's no higher level pet spell. I really don't know how you get a high level pet. Nah, that's not how it works, Knuckles. Summoned pets have a fixed level. Hi, Sage. Hi, Nick. Yeah, you have to trade 10 attestations for a fragment. We do have some other stuff that we can go and do. I'm really confused on that shaman thing, on the shaman pet thing. I really can't figure out. Maybe there's a pet focus. Oh, I understand. No, I understand how they did it. It's just dawned on me. They leveled up their pet spell, because you can level up spells here. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, I guess we're gonna do something else. Since we can't make instances. What can we go and do? We can go and we can grab Sharp Claws in Blackborough. That's probably the best proc for if and when we do actually get a Fist of Transcendence. We can go get a Dark Reaver from Lower Guck, maybe. If these things aren't being camped, of course, because... So let's go over to Truffle Glade. And see if we can camp the dude in one of the instances. I don't even know if I know where to go to get it in Blackberry. It's a custom mob. We're actually friendly with Kenos guards, aren't we? They need to invest through them. For now. This thing called Refugee Splitport. Is that the same thing as the that's the wrong way, isn't it? Is that the same one that drops the shrink shroud? I'm not sure. Might be its other drop. Master Bruter over there. Haven't seen a lot of these mobs before. All the custom names. Knee shot. It's kind of cool. This is not the normal way I come in, is it? The question is, what is the normal way I come in? This is the way out to EverQuest. Oh? Wait, do I usually go down into here? What the hell? Gotta go over that side, do I? Oh well, I guess we'll just walk around. Oh no, this is the right way. So is this the one? Is this the one we're meant to be killing? Refugee split pool. Refugee split pool monk, yeah. I think it's here. I did that twice when I was killing this the first time. Or every time. This guy probably has about a 5-minute respawn, I would imagine. Until we can open instances again. Kind of limited the things that we can do. Just make sure it isn't in my loot filter. That would be very bad. I can't imagine it's more than 5 minutes for a newbie area. That's what it looks like, but that doesn't necessarily mean he has it. Ah, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, I should have done this on D4 or something, shouldn't I? So I don't have to mate it. Oh well. That's small. Uh, Maybe it might be quicker just to switch on to D4. I think we can still do that, right? We can still pick. Still do picks? Yeah, we can still do picks. Question is whether anyone's here. It's good to have this one as a backup, just in case we can't get another one. But imagine this fine chapel drop one eventually. Excuse me. We're in the money, baby. Yeah, let me go try. Let me try going back to air. Oh, hello, hello there. Little surprised that you just randomly aggro me. Still level 12. No, we'll have to get a bit creative. We can go get the Dark Reaver from Gook, maybe? And we could go farm bone chips in Payneal. Uh, okay. Having a little trouble clicking up there. Wasn't registering. Nope. Just can't make it. It's just here. Okay, so we will go over to Gook. In that case, go and farm ourselves a Dark Reaver. The Cavalier camp is on dead side. Because it's a cool Cavalier. I think he's down just when you get down to the bottom floor in the southwest. Southwest? Oh, I can't make a personal instance, can I? So... Go down to here, maybe? The best way to go down. Maybe we'll just go to live side. Maybe this is better. Trying to remember which side is which entrance is which. This is fine. A little bit stronger than the last time we came here. I think this has already been camped. Are we in combat? Let's go here. We don't need any kind of plus on the Dark Reaver. It's Cavalier, right? Yeah. Ah, how convenient. And now we got to figure out something else to do. I guess we'll go do Paineel, we'll just farm bone chips. Need like a lot of them. A lot of them. It's quite a rare drop. The Reaver. Right, so we're just killing bonos here. These respawn super fast. Unless they have nerfed the bone chip drop on these. I'm not getting a lot of bone chips from them. I think it's okay. Wait, is this... Is that okay to kill? Yeah, that's okay to kill. Fine. Hey Quantum, how's it going, man? How are you? Welcome home. I think we should set these to inventory, and so we can actually keep an eye on how many we've got. And loot window. What's this? Bone chips. Oh, let's check the number on the bar. Hey, let's go. What are you slaying today? We're killing skeletons. They have disabled instances for a while because there was an exploit or something. So I'm just finding some mundane things to fill my time here. We need to farm a load of bone chips for reputation. This is probably the best place to do it. Oh my god, what the hell? So many skeletons. How are you, Leska? What are you guys up to today? You beat Thornton yesterday with Ariel. Nice. You're gonna catch up. Is the time nigh? Quantum, do you know how you could catch up much more easily? You quit every single one of your gachas. But more characters. They're not yours. They're gacha companies. You don't actually own them. They're pixels you're renting from them. Except you have no rights over them. a pretty bad deal, to be honest. Well, you don't spend, doesn't matter. You're spending your time. Your time is more valuable than your money. Like, this is probably the worst misconception of gachas, right? Like, it isn't the money aspect. It can be the money aspect that's absolutely destructive for gachas, but honestly, more than anything, it's the time aspect. Like, your time is, in most cases, more valuable than your money. And the amount of time that people spend, like, doing daily chores and whatnot in gachas that they don't really need to do. They don't even necessarily want to do. Like, that's the worst crime of all. I've seen that aspect of gachas destroy lives a lot more than the money aspect. I have seen both. Yeah, exactly, Les. Good luck. It's fine if you're enjoying it. If you're enjoying it or you're working towards something where you're enjoying it, but like, you're just doing it out of a sense of routine. It's a bit fucked. And I see people incorporate it into their lives to give their life more routine, and they don't actually get any joy out of it. It's just things to fill the void. Sad. Whenever I'm playing those games, I always make sure, just for me, like, that either I'm working towards something that I actually want to be working towards, or I'm just genuinely having fun. If I'm, like, neither of those things is true, I start really questioning why I am playing the game. The same with an MMO as well, same with any game, really. Oh, these should be in our storage. Yeah, indeed, indeed. Like, people shit on people for being tourists in the gacha market, but like, tourists probably have the most fun. To be honest, they play until they don't want to play anymore, then they don't play anymore. Like, actually, that is how you're meant to enjoy a game. Fuck. You're somehow the worst of both worlds, Quantum. You're not a tourist, but you're... but at the same time, you're not really like a try-hard player. Like, in between. Oh shit, I cracked that. Oh baby. You're enjoying the worst of both worlds. I get fire beetle eyes as well, I think, but probably easier because fire beetle eyes don't stack. I'm an Ixar, yeah. They're kind of like lizardmen. They're like really reviled by everyone in the world. But they have regen and extra AC. That scaly skin. My jousting failed me there. Yeah, just like me. Nah, orcs are in the world as well. Lizardmen have their own, like, island. A whole, like, own continent. They're very, Oh, sure. I mean, there are lots of races like that. But Ixars are the only really playable one. Ogres and trolls are pretty disliked as well, but Ixars are, like, really hated. If it's Ixar or Ixars as a plural, I have no idea. They think they're dragons? Nah. Dragons are something else. Think of the bank we're making from all these rusted weapons, splintering clubs. Ixal? Wait, what's an Ixal? Heaven Burns Red are collaborating with P5. Oh, yikes. 07. 07. Mate, I was watching some gameplay and stuff of Suikoden Starleap. It actually looks great. I didn't know. Apparently, they are putting a lot of money into a Suikoden 2 anime adaptation. So I think they're actually trying to push Suikoden. Now, in the West, it's probably going to be a fucking awful mess. But in Japan, it actually looks like it has some promise. Yeah, of course it's gonna be. I'd play that game no pool anyway. So from what I read about it, they did stay true to their word that the game is like just it's a single player experience where you can really just play through the game, and it's like 50 plus hours of shit, and you can just play the game. And all of the gacha is like I can't remember what the system's called, Stars in Another Sky or something, where you're basically like pulling for characters outside of the world, from other games and that kind of thing, from other Suikodens. So it might be fun. Like SAC? No, not like SAC. Like as in it's an actual single player game. And you can just pull for other characters from like not from the game world, or from different Suikoden stories. They kind of are from the game world. SAC had its had its game just pushed into a dirty corner of the client, and then had to make like a gacha of it's the entertainment. Never even once. Oh, we shouldn't be selling bat wings. We can buy bat wings anyway, but bat wing. Whoa. Rusted Elag. Now we're talking. I think I have to kill something in Blackburrow as well. How long is a Realm Reborn? Too fucking long. I couldn't tell you. It's very long. Yeah, it used to be much, much worse. I don't know why they make their game so shit. I really don't. Like, just fucking axe it, dude. Get over it. Add a skip button. I don't know. I know so many people who just stopped playing that game before they even made it through a Realm Reborn. Just couldn't be bothered. There's a skip button, yeah, but you can't skip all of the encounters and all of the pathing and all of that stuff, right? That's the problem. It's just so long. Probably have 2/3 of it shaved off. And it would probably still be too long. Pray return to the waking sands. Apparently they really don't want to do it. Let's go. Japanese culture is weird with that sort of stuff. They view that as like going backwards, right? So it's like admitting that their current game is worse than their old game. Or that a previous director's vision or whatever was better than their own. Or skelly bones. I love the little marches of skeletons in here. I wonder if it was like this on live. I don't remember that. Hello, Vrim. Yeah, killing these darn level 1 decaying skeletons. They're a blight, Vrim. A blight, mate. Gotta get our bone on. Excited for part 2 of Final Fantasy? Yeah. I'm excited to see what they put in. It's hard to get too excited about something where we have no idea. It could be like literally nothing. It could be an entire new expansion as big as the first one. Or bigger. Or it could be absolutely nothing. It could be like the tiniest like boss fight added somewhere. Just don't really ever know with Daphne. Yeah, maybe, who knows. me to? Yeah, okay, I mean, I guess. Yeah, you get personal loot here, right? Hey. Oh, wait, it's G, isn't it? I completely forgot about that. This is the first time we grouped on this server. And we're grouping for bone chips. As Brad McQuaid intended. Shit, do I need... Nah, it's fine. I don't think we can stack Firebead Liars. Maybe we should take them anyway? I'm not sure. I don't think it matters. Just get bone chips. kobolds coming from? I guess the kobolds must share spawn points with some of the other mobs, since we weren't killing any of the other mobs before. They weren't showing up. We have to go into Blackburrow and slaughter kobolds in a minute anyway, so works for us. Undead rat. Who's this cheeky boy? Infected rat livers. I wonder what that's for. Love some infected rat livers. I'm a rat killer. I feel like it. It seems that the notorious monsters are getting stronger in Final Fantasy 11. Oh, really? Good to know. Quickly look up these infected rat livers. Airtight box quest, classic fuel initiate. Oh, you have to combine 10 rat livers together. Oh my word. It's like a early bag you can get in Akanon. I did not know that existed. Also for Kazakh fuel initiate. Damn, the more you know. We don't need these. Not just any rat livers, Mythic Foot. Infected rat livers. Doesn't that make you more delicious? Not just your regular old rat livers. Nothing low grade here. Don't even know if that pet can drop boon ships. Sure, there's plenty of things we can do to a rotting femur, but kind of after the bone chips. It's a bunch of skeletons I'm killing. Not like it's fine. They've got a problem here. I'm just fixing it. I'm the good guy here. I'm the good guy. Kill a few good bats for good measure, but you know, I'm the good guy. How is this not a problem? Look at this. Look at these shambling armies of undead. What would they do without me? Dead family. Yeah, when they were alive. But they're dead. They're abominations. And we're definitely going to put these bone chips to good use. A 100%. Hello, Sugar. Sugar? What's going on? Manic cat. This year is kind of stale for me. Can't find anything interesting to do. Are you fucking joking? Like, you spent like half a year playing Monsters and Memories. Come here, boner. My life would heal again. Are you sure you're not going to be bored of it because you've already seen it all? No. I see. These huge skeleton explosions here. Like everywhere. I wonder if this is just like a quirk of Painel newbie area. I never knew existed. Or whether this is something specific to here. Instances are broken right now, yeah, so I'm just trying to fill my time. So I figured I'd do Torrid Corruptor stuff, yeah. When I got my Dark Reaver. They're just farming out some Bono chips. I don't actually want the sword at all, but I want the proc. The proc is ultra cool. Start leveling a Wiz. Ah, cool. Yeah, you kind of don't need it. The reason why I like Shaman is because of, like, Puma adds so much damage. Shaman's buffs and stuff add a lot of damage. Cleric doesn't... Cleric just feels like it doesn't do that much outside of, just having really, really good healing. Has the like proc thing when you're hit that deals damage back. That's about it. Yeah, promise renewal. Hello, Ducky. How are you? How are you, Chili Bell? What? What are you meowing about? What's the problem? I should be the one meowing at you. Little devil. Skeletons. What? Oh, you brought me a furry ball. You hunt that yourself. You're so clever. Well done, my love. Well done. That's really good hunting. You're a very clever kitty. Love to see a little skeleton explosion go off. Hello. Look. Come on. You having a tough day, Chili? You having a tough day, my love? Oh, 1 second. Let's test something here. Use that. I guess so. Just want to see if the pet could use a paladin weapon. Because we're a paladin. I think that lets the pet use it. Biggest woos. That's maxed out 32, 22. That's so insane. Thank you. That's so kind of you to bring me yet another furry ball. You are so kind. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes. That's a well-deserved rest, my love. Must have been hard work. Just collapsed on the bed. That's so funny. Maybe it's better to sit in this one spot. I don't know. A lot of them seem to spawn here. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be moving. We're going about this all wrong. Yeah, this is actually much quicker. 2/3 of the way there now. I don't actually know how many we need, but I hear 1200 is safe. And we could probably find a use for anything that we have left over. Hello, you brought another furry ball. Well done. You're so good at hunting today, Chili. I think the other cats are sleeping and she's bored. She's very, very active. Let's go to the Abyss 3 good ending. Now to see if I can unlock Copper Grade and last tier of the collab. Nice! Congrats! Big congrats. That was 100 bats we killed. Huge bat slayers. That wasn't the skeleton we were looking for. Have an entire stack. Shooting for 1200, I think. We're pretty close. Another 100 or so. I'm a great Sonic the Restaurant. You always make me smile, Pite. Hope you're having a good day, man. It's so stupid. Yes, yes, Pite. All is faring well. Thank you for your kind wishes. Yeah, we're almost there. Then we got another sort of massacre to do. Kobolds. Ugh, kobolds. pet is such a fake skeleton. It doesn't even drop any bone chips. Oh, there we go. And we're done. Okay, next up, not blackberry, Warrens. We're just killing everything down here. Just the murder kobolds. Sorry, kobolds. Jesus, it's been a long time since I've been down here. I think it really matters which way we go. I guess we probably want to go down to the king. We don't need that. Maybe down to the king? Not sure. Don't think we need any of this stuff. Darned dusty burlap. Never had drop before. Yeah, I don't know if the king gives more. These things respawn so fast. the bat give action? No. Fuck the bat. Yeah, right. Yeah, this is king. Cat site agate, yeah. Guess we'll store those. Odd bone necklace. How much do you give? You give 3 times as much. It doesn't really matter. We don't really have to kill that. Hi Sokus, how's it going, man? Yeah, not too bad, thanks. What have you been up to? Just a bunch of bats. Playing PO2, cool. I hope you're having fun. The throne room has quite a lot of kobolds in, but I don't know if this is worth camping. I think it might be better just to go back up. It'd be very easy if we could open our own instance, but we can't really. Got to 100 exchange points on the collab. Do you recommend any weapons, or should I get another character, dude? I wouldn't recommend any of the weapons, no. I'd never really recommend gacha weapons apart from Citrus Blossom Hairpin. What are you doing? Bullying kobolds. I'm farming faction with the heretics, which is Paynil's erudites. Each one of these is 5 rep. We need a lot. Actually, it isn't even really that bad. It's like, I guess what, like 400 kills? Even that bad, really, is it? Glares at me threateningly. I think that means that my faction is threatening. Oh. This is not a good place. This is not where we want to be. You feel right at home with all the rats, though. That's gotta be the best congregation of kobolds. Thickest ward of kobolds. Your strength IV Prish, congrats! Kobold's just stuck in the rock, fuck. Getting in there? Yeah, probably still is. Slammed the door right in my face. Unreal. What you get for poor etiquette. Alright. Reading a race, but didn't finish. I hate how the main character's mom talks. Shit. Sorry to hear that. I do like a race though. Pretty cool. I see, sir. Large section of cobalt bone. Did you? It looked good, Dev. I was eyeing it. It looks pretty sweet. That large section of cobalt bone. It's completely fucking useless. Try with honey, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. You're becoming a real naturalist, Dev. A survivalist. I'm coming to you when there's an apocalypse, mate. With your axe skills and your blackberry brewing. will eat by chickens. In this evasive stance this whole time. Whoops. Guy's still stuck in the wall. Fine. Everything's working just fine. Bread that smells like yeast, and not the more common reference that it smells like bread. I see. You gonna drink it all, Dev? How you feeling about it, mate? Down it, down it, down it. First class went bad. How so? How bad are we talking about, mate? I've drank worse. Oh, weren't bad. I see, I see. I see, I see. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Oh, we're back down with the rats. There we go. We max Kara Isle. That means we're on the way. I'm farming reputation, Dev. I'm trying to farm reputation with the erudites of Payneal, who are a nasty race of evil killers. Not all of these kobolds are particularly nice either, it seems. They seem to be enemies of 3 different factions. We're trying to raise our faction specifically with the heretics. This is also raising faction with a couple of other races at the same time, as nobody likes the kobolds. Poor kobolds. There we go. Both of them got done at the same time. Right, we're out of here. I don't know what we're doing next. I guess we'll see if we can open instances now. Yeah, access to things. So I'm raising my faction for a quest. It's actually a custom quest that's here. You have to raise your faction with 3 very evil races, or 3 very evil factions, to be able to do this like corrupted sword quest. The Torrid Corruptor. But the reason why I'm doing this right now is because the instances, there was like someone was exploiting, or some people were exploiting, and some of the instances were not able to be made. I don't know if they are now. I'm gonna give it another go in a second. So you couldn't make private instances, which meant I couldn't do any of the raid stuff I wanted to do. I just spent a bit of time farming. No, Torrid Corruptor. EverQuest. Yep. I saw the joke. Dev, how you feel about Monster Memories at the moment? Talk me through it, mate. I like the changes that they've made. I haven't tried any of them, but I like the way that they look. I think they've been doing a good job with that. Right, can we make an instance yet? We can. We're back in it. You seem to really enjoy Fighter when you were playing it. You have a lot more fun on that than anything else you were playing. It sounds like they're going to be quite intensely reworking Paladin and Shadow Knight and Ranger, those 3 hybrids. As they did for Beastlord, they completely stripped away like all the Shaman stuff, right? Or Beastmaster, sorry. I imagine they'll be doing the same for the other 2 classes. The dash thing, yeah, it looks super cool. We actually did some quite functional stuff there in our downtime. Right, this was a pushover. Actually, do we even need anything from here? I think we do. Island 1. No, we actually don't need anything from the Thunder Princess. We need Island 3 boss. No, we don't need Island 3 boss. In fact, we need, like, not really that much. We need Island 6 boss, Island 7 boss, Island 8 boss, really. And then... yeah. Yeah, I guess we're just running through. We have all the keys. We don't need to fuck around with the third boss. Oh, this is the wrong platform. We do need to do the DeJourn as well, though. I'll worry about it after. I must say, JJ, Abyss 2 is so frustrating with all the delivery. Oh, dude, Abyss 2 fucking sucks. I don't mind the city portion, but Abyss 2, like, the Abyss 2 arena is by so far the worst part of the game. It's very clear how rushed they were when they made that shit. Like, it was, you know, it used to be completely broken, like, as in it would break your game a number of ways. It's still not really that much better. Awful, like, run around quests. Arena is awful with forced death stuff. Just sucks, man. Yeah, super shitty. Not a fan. The worst part of the game, the end of Abyss 2, in my opinion. You're not alone, mate. Do we need 5? Just 6, 7, 8, right? Just 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, oh. Fucking hell. God damn it. Okay, apparently it is possible to pacify the left B with Paladin. Oh, it is. It is right on a razor's edge. Do we need to pacify that one? Is that the one that comes or not? I don't know. Guess let's pull this and find out. Yeah, okay. Okay. So we can do it that way. I think I was just too slow before. Just shitter, basically. Actual skill issue. Pretty much just shit the game. Yep. Hey, Gabby, so. I just have to preempt it. When 6-7 occurs, I just gotta preempt it because, like, it's not worth it. If I do it, then it's not cool, and everyone else feels bad about it. It's the only way to make it right. Hi Hassan, when you remake relic weapons, do the subsets randomize or do I have to FAS for that? When you remake the weapon, it will leave your FAS as it is, it will leave your alteration as it is, but it will re-roll the enhancements on the stats. Sorry, it will reset the level of it all the way back down so you can enhance it again. The substats are always going to be fixed on the item in terms of what the substats are, but the numbers will get changed. Yes, that's relic weapon exclusive luck. Yep. It takes quite a lot of mats to do it, so it's no joke. Yep. What Capital said. That is clearer than what I said. Yeah, I was shocked. I was blown away. I still haven't done it yet. It still makes me like question what I'm saying because it's so powerful, really. But yeah, so many people have done it. It does really genuinely seem to be that. Part of what makes those items so cracked because like not only you can really roll them to be like as good as they can possibly be. Which might not be worth it for all of them, but it certainly is for like the greatsword if you can. Katana if you use it. If you use katanas. Yeah, you wanna do remake last. Depends on the weapon. Does it already have a surety line on it? You can't get another surety if you've already altered to a surety. Ah, it already came with surety. Yeah, you can alter it. Yeah, you can alter it then. The Final Fantasy 11 collab is absolutely, like, really, really sweet. Like, genuinely. Really fun. They did a great job with it. What do we got here? Warrior. That's not it. We can't take that though. We haven't got that yet. For the easy boss. Yeah, kind of nuts, really, Capisaur. Like, considering Steam is going to be global players, almost entirely global players, right? And the collab wasn't even aimed towards global players. It's kind of nuts that it's. Oh, it's got. Oh, I guess we have to fight that. Yeah, it was all aimed towards Japan, and like, that's kind of wild. Okay. Evasive. We should probably pull our pet through here. I don't think we even need to mess around with the spirit. It's a cleric, but I don't think it really matters. Okay, maybe it does. It's gonna run itself out of mana though. Healing. Better get to a less stressful stance. Burn out of endurance. Probably do balanced, to be honest. Maybe worth killing the Undine Spirit first when she spawns it. I kind of wish that was true. Actually, no, I don't really wish that was true. Capisaur. That's all good, Hassan. You're doing what you're meant to be doing. Wiz. I don't think we have that. We have this. See how hard this is to kill. It's pretty weak. Probably want to hit this first if she spawns these. But we don't need to invis on this bit, do we? Definitely want to be an evasive for this. Not gonna try to slow this again. I missed so many slows on this. But we need to rehaste. I don't think our endurance can quite keep up with its health. Have to swap to Mage Hunter at some point. Envenom Bolt might land. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just magic. It's just very, very, very magic resistant. This thing's so easy with evasive stance. Tier of Quellius. Ah. Aha. This is something that we need. Symbol of Mar, we don't really need this. Tier of Quellius. This is for the belts. Tier of Quellius and Wind Rune Laner. Do we have that? Laner. We do. This is great news. This is great news. This isn't either of the weapons, but this is the haste spell. This way, right? No, it's this way. No, it's this way. I always get turned around in here. Too many teleporters. So we need Wind Rune Laner. and oh, well, yes. Excellent. Huge gains for us. Means that we can whack that on there, and then we can grab our cloak, which I think might be on our pet right now. Pick of scales. It's actually better than this. I don't know. Not sure it. Well, that is better than that. It's more AC. I know this is obviously better. Dex is really big for us though. I'm not sure this is better than that. It's the other one, Brewers, right? It's just similar but worse. Not sure. I'm not sure this is actually better. Probably is. It probably is. We can put this on a pet. Let's see if we can max that up a little bit. Draw. They really have a lot of moats left, sadly. One greater and 3 superior. So many moats on the ult, yeah. Right, I don't think we can really raise that up anymore. That's fine. We'll sort that out at some point. Still a lot better than what we were using. I think that actually takes us to the haste cap anyway. Yeah, that actually haste caps us. It's great. We need to go to Noble Dawn. Which is the left island. That's right. Wizardry is getting EOS'd? Yeah, Wizardry's EOSing, guys. Easy EOS. The haste cap, 175 unless you're a monk, and then it's 185. For a second we got him without his Blade Storm. That's one thing done in here. So it's just the weapons, really. Do we have the right rooms? We need a wind room, Naser. Wind room, Naser. Don't have that. Wind room, Naser, wind room, Arza. Don't have that. Wind rune Oza. We don't have that. It's alright, we don't have the pieces yet, so it doesn't really matter. We can farm them later. We need to go defensive, I think, here. Basive is getting burnt out too fast. Probably slow the Blade Storm, really, shouldn't I? Why the evasive was getting burnt out so fast. Why is FPS so bad? It wasn't. It used to be great. It used to be amazing. It's just power creep, really. Maze? More? No, maze. I don't think we have the shield yet. We definitely have a mace already. We're looking for the knuckles. This guy seemed fine inside the building. If we wait for the guys to go by first. I don't know what we're buying next with AAs. Maybe horse. Be nice to have the speed. Honestly, not like super useful. Have to go defensive or mage hunter or something. We didn't let our evasive, our endurance tick all the way up. Yeah, horse is also anti-knockback, indeed. Only outside though. Be really nice for Kazakh, probably. Brass knuckles, excellent. We'd love to see that. 3D statue we already have. 3D war staff we already have. Okay, so we don't actually need to go and do the last guy. The knuckles is all we need from that chain. So if I'm not mistaken, the only bosses we actually need are the bee. Oh. It's just the bee. It's just the bee. I guess the nebulous sapphire can come from Sister of the Spire as well, so I guess it's 6 and 7. Unfortunate. Oh, we can actually just leave instance here, can't we? So when we do this again tomorrow, hopefully, you know, the instances will work and we can just fuck around. Like, we should be able to clear 6 and 7 pretty quickly. And then we can just fuck around like farming runes on Spark Island or whatever. Since we can only open 2 instances an hour. Or 1 instance an hour. That. That. It's not actually that bad now that we're used to it. Finding that sweet spot's horrible. We did this in offense last time. Actual total disrespect. Now, if only we didn't have to kill this thing 4 times every time we wanted to kill it. If only, if only. Oh, we need to rehaste. I guess it's just lay on hands myself. Pixie Essence. It's the Shaman thing. None of the Shaman rewards seem particularly useful. I have to look up which one that was. Oh, I need to stop using Envenom Bolt. Like super poison resistant. Maybe I should change that to Plague. We're basically just farming this boss at this point. More Shaman stuff. Don't know what either of these are for. Shaman wise. She has a little spirit again. Oh, I should have been imbalanced. Didn't let my endurance tick up. Should be fine though. Being a bit of a jerk. Wow. Unfortunate. Nah, she's resisting as well. Criminal. We got Incap on her. No, we didn't. Never mind. Damn. We're having some problems here. Oh, we did get Incap on her. Okay, okay. They're slow. They're slow. We're alright. Get evasive. We didn't want that odium. Is this? Oh, that's Crown of Elemental Mastery. Haven't seen that in a long time. Mage Epic. Oh, nice. Okay, that's the Sapphire. So we just need the one piece from Bzzz, the Paladin Sword. And we need a Wind Rune Nisa for the Fist. Never look at this place ever again. Power Monk, so OP. I think Paladin Monk Enchanter is like really crazy. Yeah, weapon wise it's so bonkers. Oh, hello. We don't even really need to do this. We need a Wind Rune Nasa. That's going to be potentially the bottleneck for us just killing things for Wind Runes, but at least if we're doing that, like that's experience, that's AA XP. Hopefully the B just drops its shit so I don't have to worry about that anymore. What is it that I need from it? Bixie Sword Blade. Yeah, Bixie Sword Blade. We don't have any of the Wind Runes currently. I need moats as well, so I'll probably just start killing the trash on D4 if we can get the Bixie sword. Frog Slayer. And kill the fine Bixie again. Let me just go over to... I just want to double check it's a Bixie sword that we're looking for. Sacrifice, I think. There is some server lag going on at the moment. That's probably not a great sign. Hello? Oh, wait, no, never mind. We're in Viz. That's why. Can't believe these Afritis can't see in Viz. Idiots. Sacrifice. Yeah, Bixie Swordblade and a Windaroon Ozer. Sucks to suck. Hello, 3 bars. How can I make relic weapons better in Wizardry? You can full alteration stone them, and you can remake them. You can alter them as well, of course. Fuck. You had no sound on. Okay, you can remake them, you can full alteration stone them, and you can alter them. Oh, I meant to put Plague on, didn't I? I have attack, magic, attack percentage, and evasion on Katana. Okay. What do you want to do to it? Cannot refine it to be actually better? Yeah, you can alter it. You can alter it. You can full alteration stone it. You can do everything you can normally do, except you can remake it as well. I even about wasn't gonna stick, is it? Oh, it did. Hey, no worries, Cyril. How do I reforge or remake it? You need the blacksmith? Try the blacksmith in the town. If you haven't unlocked the blacksmith, that could be a problem. You may need to do some weird wheeling if you've played through the story and you don't have the blacksmith. I don't know exactly how to fix that. You have to like fuck around with a wheel. Someone didn't go back to town when Lulu told them to, and I don't know exactly how you fix it. You can fix it, and people have, but I don't know how. Puma. Of Wands. Don't have that yet. That is not what we're looking for. We will get it eventually. Oh, we can just quit out, can't we? The only boss in there we actually need now. Right, folks, I gotta head off. It's Pathfinder night tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. We have more of this tomorrow where I will slam my head against Sky and hope we get the last drop. We don't have that much left to do on EQ Legends now. We're drawing to a close. There isn't too much else. So we're all caught up. So we'll be back on a different grind, no doubt. We have Wizardry, new patch, and Granblue Fantasy, Dread Barrage later this week. So we're gonna be rammed. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks Nolak. Thanks Quantum. Thanks 3Fuzz. Thanks Cyril. I think Cyril's already gone. Thanks anyone else who's still out there. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll be back. Be back tomorrow. Take care, guys. Have a good night. Good luck. Bye bye. See ya. Bye Quantum. See ya.